Hi.
Today, our guest star is Jimmy Kimmel. No.
Oh, good gracious, no.
Ew. Ugh, horrifying. Ugh.
No, we have a much cooler guest, and that's the campaign happening today instead of our normal case where we'd take a break and do our Spelljammer just between the lot of us because it happens to be a very special day of the birth for one of our players, and this is the requested gift.
Yeah, basically it's my fault that we're all here because I bullied everyone into being here.
Fault, bully. You think we would refuse? You absolute fool.
I am
No,
plotting.
I
I am
just
plotting my revenge and your demise as we speak.
I mean I just bullied the schedule a little.
Bullied, he says. More like lightly went, eh.
Okay, for some reason my microphone settings had been fucked up, so everything I had set up to this point had not been heard on stream. So that's cool.
No, good, great.
Great.
Nice.
Thankfully, I didn't
I
say
hope
anything
they didn't
important.
hear me blow
so-
my nose too.
Indeed. I mean, you did your stream intro, which let me tell you is still very charismatic. I like the way you say hello, everybody.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Wow.
Uh, Now, in the case of us having the campaign today, it gets us much fresher into what had happened last time. Because a lot of stuff went down last session. A lot of stuff. Like, oh boy. It was spicy.
It wasn't as spicy as the spaghetti I had on stream the one time, but it was still pretty spicy.
Very true. Very true. Not sure we could get that spicy. You put a lot of spice in that.
Mm. If the spaghetti I made yesterday had survived, it might have been spicy again. But no, today was just Chipotle.
Ah, understandable. Not spawn, by the way.
Not sponsored.
Today's episode sponsored by Jesus
No,
Christ.
No.
Okay. Maybe that, but no, we ain't got sponsors like Rage, Shadow Judgens, whatever you want to call it now. Anyways, we should actually proceed to the
Not
campaign.
sponsored.
Introducing our new sponsor, Yeet's Glut. They don't need our publicity.
Now, for the campaign, we're going to be starting the night after all those events had transpired. And a night that is restless. No one has slept well. In fact, I would like to ask, did anyone even try to sleep?
Val was exhausted and literally went to his room and passed out. He didn't even bother changing his clothes.
Okay. Then, in that case, I would like to ask you to really
Roll for
quick.
hypothermia.
Now, this is a plenty well-insulated ship. In any other case, that might be a concern, but not on this boat. It's a nice one. Instead, I would like you to roll just a straight wisdom check. Not a saving throw, but a check.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I hadn't moved my dice tray in front of me quite yet. Great way to start the day. That's a lousy 3.
Oh, we're all gonna die. I see. The demon that's been within the entire time that no one's known about it suddenly possesses it.
Alright, so real quick, what was that number one more time?
3.
A 3. you are laying there in your. Would you say that you had a hammock, or would you have actually laid out a bedroll for yourself and for Mara?
Probably a bedroll.
Okay.
Not that Val would have been opposed to a hammock, but he probably would have, at the start of this trip, would have known that Mara and him would have liked to have slept next to each other.
Okay.
They just took both their bed rolls and stacked them on top of each other to have an extra comfy one.
Makes sense. You'd need it for the ship rocking back and forth as it did. So, indeed, you're laying there, and your sleep is quite sound at first. And then comes to you a dream. It's peaceful. You're looking out upon a warm field. It's gleaming and beautiful. There's a little babbling brook, and your hand reaches out to touch one of the blades of grass. You touch it, but it feels oddly cold. And as you're listening and as you're watching this little babbling brook, it begins to overflow. You can see it start to run over the rolling hills. This water is oddly jet black in its coloration. It's closer to being ink than it is actual water, even if it had begun as being just water. It flows and it covers, and soon you're rolling in waves of it, struggling to paddle above its surface. And then you sink beneath it. It is more than pitch black, it is just empty. If you turn to look below you, you can see that there are hands reaching up as if to grab you. The empty, water-swollen faces of the many dead from the ship, they're reaching out for you. They grab onto your ankles and they pull you down, and you are left as just another hand reaching up from the many masses. And then you're jolted awake, a cold sweat, your breath, you can barely feel it as you are sucking in hard breaths as that cloying emptiness, it clings to your skin. And Mara, would you say that you had been trying to sleep? Mara, check microphone mute.
Oh, it was unmuted, and then I clicked the button to mute it.
Nice. Well done.
Rip.
Oh.
That is hilarious.
Okay. All right. Yes, she curled up next to Val in EP.
Okay. Would you say she's slept well, not so well, light, heavy?
Probably not so well, seeing what just happened.
Then you notice it and you're awoken by it before Val even fully awakens. You can feel him stirring. You feel his heart start to race, his breath going ragged like he's trying desperately to breathe. It wakes you pretty quickly.
Upon seeing this, Mara is going to sort of move to lay on her back and then sort of pull Val's head onto her chest as
That's very sweet. It does feel like it helps calm somewhat. And soon you feel him jolt up and you're sort of brought up just a little with him. And Val, you feel the weight of Mara's arms on you, you feel that she is near. And what do you do?
After taking a moment of realizing where I am, he would probably hug Mara, just burying his face in her chest.
Motorboat.
Get out of here. um but basically he's shielding his face from her.
Um. So, are you okay?
Shh. Just it's fine. Everything's fine.
Sure. You're thrashing pretty hard.
Just a bad dream. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay.
I'm and he's gonna get up off of her after giving her one last squeeze, and keeping his face basically away from her as best as he can. He gets up and I'm gonna change out of my clothes and get something warm to drink. You want
Okay.
anything?
I'll be alright.
Okay. And then he quickly leaves the room.
Okay. Where aboard the ship are you trying to go?
He meant what he said initially. But I think somewhere between changing his clothes and getting a warm drink from the kitchen, he deviates and goes to Barrack's room.
Okay. Uh, Barrack, where would you say that you as a dwarf would have bunked aboard the ship? Somewhere in the hold, on the crew decks, in one of the storerooms?
Uh, Probably like the case is that he probably ended up finding a quiet spot wherever, probably in one of the storerooms.
Yeah, so perhaps even a place that might feel a little closer to home. So I'd imagine you'd be very near what would in most cases be the ship's magazine, although aboard this vessel it'd be more the weapons locker, where it's quiet and secluded, near the hold of the ship. And indeed, Barrack, would you say you're sleeping well after this?
Probably not.
Then you quite easily hear footsteps approaching, even through the door that bars entry to the room. You do feel the shifting of the boards. You hear the creak of footsteps. And considering you have quite high passive perception, you understand that this is Val approaching, recognizing the manner of his footfalls.
Probably when Val gets a bit closer, he'll quietly call out, I'm assuming there's probably a reason.
Heard me comment, I assume.
Yep.
I don't even think church mice could get by you.
Force of habit to kind of listen out for everything.
Um, And even with Val making these jokes with you, you can tell like his expression doesn't fit the joke. He's not smiling. It is deadpan and somber.
If you were to look even, you'd notice that the color in Val's skin is only really just coming back to him. You might assume that he had looked quite pale beforehand.
Gotcha.
Which is saying something because he's a pale, pasty boy.
Uh, can I assume this probably relates to what happened earlier?
You could perhaps infer, but to know for sure, you'd either have to ask or perhaps try and roll insight. Your choice.
Oh no, that was like asking in character.
Oh, well then.
Lana just wants to roleplay everybody.
Golly. All right, I'll step back here.
Lana, I'm just yanking your chain.
Yeah, I know. I'm just being dumb back.
Val looks to you, and oh boy, big depresso espresso.
Oof.
Yeah, this is the look of someone who feels they have failed in doing something or has fucked up bad. Like, fucked up bad.
Yeah, you don't have that look often. Must be
I fucked up.
Yeah.
I really, really fucked up.
Probably at least a little bit.
No. No. He is struggling to find the words. He's so desperate. You can tell. Like, this isn't him even hiding it. You can tell he desperately wants to tell you something. But he is struggling to find the words to tell.
Would it make it easier to perhaps write it down?
He shakes his head. I've pissed off Ophelia something fierce.
Oh.
Like, this isn't yelling on her front lawn when she was mad at me fierce. Like, this is
Worse fears?
yeah.
Yeah, that's yeah, you done fucked up.
Thanks. That's not what I've already been telling myself for the last I don't know how many hours.
I mean, there probably could have been. It's like, hindsight is 2020. Looking back at it now, there could have been multitude of other ways that you could have handled that whole situation.
We were limited on what we could do. I already ran the numbers. I thought of the plans, and that was the quickest thing that would work. But man, did I tread on toes. And I'm putting my life on the line doing it. I'm putting your guys' life on the line doing it.
And from just what I'm likely able to infer, there's only so long that you could just keep doing that without getting even like worse, things done to you as a result of treading on toes.
She's giving me one more chance only because of her husband. But I told her to take my life then and there because I knew I would do it again if I had to. And I mean it. If I have to massacre that many men again, who get in my way, who get in our way, I will do it again. But that means taking her ire, and she's not only looking at me.
She'd be looking at who all else you take down with.
Mm-hmm. Mara might be her champion, but there's still only so much that title I imagine can protect you.
Or her in general.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking of flying out tonight and leaving.
We're still gonna need you. As much as I know you want to. Do take some time to think about it, though.
If you guys stay with me, it is most likely going to spell certain doom. You will be killed before your time is up because it will be my fault. And Ophelia has made that extremely clear. I do not want to be responsible for your guys' demise. I would rather take Polaris, leave tonight, and tell this ship to turn back to port. You and Dr. Gavin could navigate your way back easily enough without me. Might take a little longer, but you guys don't deserve this.
How I know this is just one conversation that you're having. However, this is not going to be the only conversation, because there is also the conversation that will need to be had with Gideon and as the party as a whole. Because with what happened,
I know what they're all gonna say. Dr. Gavin might be the only one who might say different. But you are all gonna say the same thing that you just said now. You guys are all gonna say, we need you need to be here, yada yada yada. I can't. You guys are too important to me for me to do that.
would you be willing, if you were to stay, to allow for people to keep you in check?
I don't need to be kept in check.
Or at least
I don't believe I've done anything wrong. Those men knew the consequences of their actions. They knew they took away other people's freedom, their wills to be who they need to be. This was the price they paid. Ophelia says I'm treading on her ground, and I beg to differ. Those men had already knew the punishment of their crimes. It just caught up sooner because they treaded in our path.
Understood. I will not stop you from leaving. However, I know it's going to end up being a group conversation anyways because Gideon, I already know Gideon's probably also. I would not be surprised with what happened if Gideon reconsiders.
I think Gideon would be the last one to really give me any words of advice given everything we've had to clean up. I love him, but he's a fool.
And I will say, if you do just, take Polaris and leave, we're going to have to explain tomorrow.
Yeah, I know.
And I think it's safe to say we both know she's not going to take that well.
She's a queen. She can do what she likes. But I'm not going to bring her down with me. If she chooses to chase after me, that is her choice to do. But I will not force her down the path that I'm about to tread. Neither will I force you, Dr. Yavin, Gideon, Gloria, or anybody in Lylarica, nor anybody on this ship.
I will ask that if you do end up deciding to just take Polaris and leave, do keep the sending stone with you.
He nods.
Because there might be, as much as I know there's a chance that you might leave tonight. There's still things to be done as a group that I know you are concerned with, that involve your parents, that involve coming back here again at some point to deal with that.
Yeah.
And to deal with a former head advisor.
Oh, yeah. I know. I know.
I know I cannot stop you from leaving. However, do take a moment to at least think about it.
I can do that much. And he reaches out his hand. You're the best friend a person could ever ask for.
Same. And Barrett will return the hand for the handshake and be like, whatever you decide, do it with a mind that this is something that you chose and not being forced, at least for me.
Oh, I know. My choices are my own, and so are my consequences of those choices.
But yeah, as said, at least take some time to think about it before you make that decision to just leave.
He nods again.
That is all I can ask of you right now. Because I know with everything that just happened and will likely happen down the line, sometimes just taking that moment to think.
Yeah. Yeah, will do. And with that, Val will turn to leave.
And so you do, accompanied by the ever-present creaking and rocking of the wood of the ship. And as you pass through, there just is an air of thoughtfulness, consideration. Where do you wander to, if you have a destination in mind?
It would probably be the bow of the ship.
Okay. Gavin,
And
where would you make your bunk?
Gavin doesn't make a bunk tonight. He's
Okay.
been at the helm the entire night.
All right. And Mara, you would have seen Val walk past, not all that sneakily. Would you follow after?
I'm gonna say no, she doesn't follow. She still thinks.
There's water all around the ship. How long does it take?
well, you gotta get it. You gotta throw a bucket overboard. You gotta bring it up. You gotta go take it to the kitchen. Then you gotta boil it, and then you gotta clean it up, and then you gotta boil it again. It's a
Just
whole
go to-
process, man.
Just go to Barrack. Ask him to cast create water.
Here you go, one whole gallon of water. Enjoy.
Right
Yeah,
above your
just what I
head.
mean.
Okay, so yeah, Gavin, you see that among the skeleton crew operating the ship during the night, you see a wild Val appear and walk towards the very bow of the ship.
Mm. Look over to the I'm assuming either normal helmsman or bosun or whoever would be up as secondary like point man here,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Uh,
gesture for him to take the wheel.
You see the captain actually, who's standing there tending to a warm pipe, and as you gesture, his eyes flick up and he nods. It looks like he knew something of this sort might happen, so he walks straight over and puts a hand on the wheel.
I walk up to the bow and start rolling up some tobacco as I'm walking,
Okay.
and I'll lean elbows first into the front rails of the bow next to Val, and just on the end of my finger light just a little magical flame and light the cigarette. And
As you do so, the scene before you is one of serenity. There's hardly a cloud in the sky, and a very thin sliver of crescent shows from the moon above. There's some spikes of rocks off in the distance, but they're of no concern to a seasoned navigator. The lapping of waves, the creaking of the ship, it all fades in as a simple melody in the background. And then there is you and Val, seemingly in a world with only the two of you here on the bow of the ship. The rest of the crew giving you a fair berth.
suppose you woke up in the middle of the night with some sort of unpleasant dreams.
He's psychic now or something? Or are you just a peeping Tom?
No, I've just experienced it myself. That's all. I know the look on the face.
Val just stares off to the front side of the ship. I'm leaving tonight, Dr. Gavin.
What is that?
Again, this is, as I described earlier to Barrick, like, it is hard. You can tell he wants to tell you, but it is hard for him to find the words.
If you're having difficulty finding the words, I could make it a little bit easier for you and read your mind. Like, actually read your mind. I can do that too.
I would much rather you didn't.
Mm.
I just got a lot on my plate, and I need to go see to some things myself.
We all have a lot on our plates. That's what we're going to do.
You'll look after him, right? And he actually turns his head and looks to you.
Gavin looks over, looks him right in the eyes. It's just that freaky stare. His eyes are, all yellow. It's all iris. There's no pupils, there's no sclera. It's just yellow. Can never really tell where he's looking. You and I both know I already have been, and I'm not going to stop.
Val nods his head.
So, which god did you piss off?
Death herself.
That makes sense. You may have directly violated the pact that we made with the goddess of the sea.
Nope, not as far as I know. She didn't mention that. I personally stepped on her toes, and she did not take well to it.
I had told Barrack to wait.
It's not your fault. It's not Barrick's fault. I made the call.
I know. I'm actually criticizing you for it. Believe it or not. law of the sea by the goddess of the sea, very similar to the laws of the goddess of death. You attack and you destroy in self-defense. Their captain, in that moment, absolutely should have died. And Gideon is a right fool for stepping in the way of that.
You don't need to tell me twice.
But the rest of the crew had all put their weapons down and had all been at our mercy. I and Barrack had intended to give them a chance. Sure, they probably would have continued what they were going to do anyway. Somewhere else, some other time. But the fact of the matter is that they were defenseless at that moment. If they had made a move, which they quite possibly would have, maybe, I may have a few neat tricks, one of which would send the entire ship about 100 feet up into the air before I send it crashing right back down. They all would have been shredded, and it would have been over. Instead, you crushed them all with water pressure, drowned them mercilessly. You murdered them all. That's what she didn't like.
They fought. We fought. Ship to ship combat. Sword to sword.
They surrendered.
Did they?
At that moment, yes.
As far as I'm concerned, their consequences were already deemed to come. They knew this was a possibility every day they lived.
The consequences are by the gods to give, not us. We are not judge, jury, and executioner.
I didn't say we were. But they fought us. This was the consequences of fighting us.
You may not have said you were, but you sure damn well are acting like you are. I once thought as you did. I have many, many sins that I'm still paying for. And the only reason I'm able to pay for them without my life being given in death is because of your father. See, when my father left to go and seek fortune to the sea because it was all he'd ever known, he left me and my mum whom he'd brought out of this forsaken hellsea to find a better life in your kingdom. We weren't doing so well financially. Maybe he went to find quick money. Maybe he went to have adventure and leave us in the dust. Quite frankly, I don't know anymore. All I know is that he never came back. At least not until a few years after Mum was already dead. By that time, I had already been going out myself. I'd already earned myself a reputation. Very young, very young. They called me the Hellraiser of the Seas. I'd plunder ships, I'd plunder civilians and military. It didn't matter who they were. And every time I came into contact with any ships waving red flags like those, flags to give no quarter, flags to permiss wanton rape and murder for sake. I slaughtered them all. Slowly. Painfully. I made them scream and bleed and beg. And I'd only kill them after they begged for death. Left me hollow. And it made me a lot of enemies. Natural and supernatural alike. That's why I stopped working the seas for a while. Things got too hot. Even from the goddess herself. By that time, I came back and Mum was dead. Murdered. Mercilessly. Painfully. Only killed after she begged for death.
Val turns away from the bow of the ship and takes a couple steps in towards the deck.
Your father saved me. As much of a fool as Gideon is, sometimes there are people, maybe, who can be redeemed. I'm not entirely too sure myself. But I know your father believed that. That's the only reason I'm here.
Val, with his back to Dr. Gavin, slips his hand into his pocket and pulls something out. Then let them seek redemption before the war god comes. And he summons Polaris and mounts, taking off into the night.
Would every party member aboard the ship, aside from Gavin, please make a perception check? Except for Barrick. I think, Barrick, your passive is like what? Is it a 19?
Yeah, Barrick's passive is a 9. Yeah, passive is a 19.
Yeah, okay, you're good then.
I got me a 13.
Okay.
Perception
Gideon?
check.
There you are.
No, perception check. Well,
Blub blub.
5.
Gideon is either too angry to notice or he fell asleep.
Yeah, Gideon, you actually found very restful, sound sleep. You are deader than a doorknob, as it were.
The captain's just the enemy captain's just sitting there staring at him from his cell while Gideon's just in the corner.
Thankfully, Gloria is still keeping an eye on him. Mara, you hear something odd from above decks, but what it is isn't clear. Could be just a weird creaking of the ship, could be a particularly hard wave. Hard to tell. Barrick, you know that was the wings of Polaris.
Gotcha.
Now that then leaves it up to both you and Gavin to determine whether or not you should pass that information along.
Gavin goes back up to the near over to the helm of the ship, and behind the helm he starts taking out, I don't know, chalk, ink, whatever, and starts drawing a teleportation circle.
Captain looks over his shoulder at you, looks at what you're doing, shrugs and decides it's probably none of his business, and carries on sailing. And Val, you feel the ship receding behind you. Your lover, friends, fading away, and soon enough, you're beyond where you can really make out anything other than the very gentle glow of lamplight, and even that rather quickly fades, and you're left with naught but the sea, the sky, stars, and moon above.
And now
Cold
for his
wind.
backup character.
Cold wind, it grips and tugs at your clothes. It feels reminiscent of that cold feeling from the nightmare of earlier. You have a destination in mind.
Where we were originally heading to get Val's parents' souls back.
Oh, that's
Oh shit.
Okay. Then off you fly. To Mara, Gavin, Barrick. Do you all intend to do anything further this night?
Probably through the sending stone. To Val specifically. I understand, like, it's like pretty much just being like, I understand, and just just so you're aware, we are willing to help if you ask for it. Do not be afraid to ask.
No response.
Was not expecting one. And then he'll probably just get ready for the night and the next day to get in terms of traveling outside of the area.
All right.
I'll just very briefly over the sending stone to Val. Be careful out there. Don't get lost. You'll never find your way back out. And we'll never find you.
No response.
Now, for Mara, you're waiting. At first, perhaps you're just being politely patient. But there's no sign. You wait, and you wait. By now, his side of your bedroll has become cold without his presence there. And still, he doesn't return. It's been 2 hours now, and no sign of him.
Deep down, probably and thing has happened, but he sort of pushes that thought aside and he decides to try and sleep on her own. Al will be there when she wakes up.
Ah, Mara's so faithful, it hurts. Ah!
It kills me as a player. Ah,
Feel
Val, why do you
bad,
gotta-
asshole.
Val, why do you gotta be such a dick?
Oh, be still, our sweet little Mara's heart. Oh my. So, indeed, you lay down and you cuddle up. And there is still at least the comforting smell of Val being near. And that is more than enough to lull you back to sleep. It isn't deep sleep, but it is sleep. Dreamless and without any direction. And morning comes.
I'm going to take
Gideon.
a point of exhaustion because I have not slept at all.
Ah, okay. Very fair. Barrick, did you sleep?
He definitely makes the attempt.
Okay.
But it's likely like a much lighter sleep than he normally does.
It is.
You get a short rest instead of a long rest. No.
It is most definitely sleep. Like Mara, it isn't as deep as you'd like. It isn't that fully claiming sleep that you would have been used to by now. Although, it is at least restful and restorative. For that morning, other than Gavin, who didn't sleep, Gideon, you're the first to wake up. You groggily crack your eyes open and find that you have the most heavenly comfortable pillow that you are lying upon. It is your wife's thighs. And she very happily pats you on the head and says, "Well, good morning."
Probably I did sleep after all that happened. All they did. Thank you.
She gently combs her hands through your hair to soothe you a little as you rouse from your grogginess and gives you a little tug to pull you up just a little so that now you're sitting with the back of your head against her chest so you can bit more easily rise from sleep.
Things they did. Things they just. God. Finally, rest his name. Things they've done. Can't believe I trusted them. Thought they would do right. They only managed to save one person. The one person they insisted to kill.
And she gives you a squeeze, a sort of squeeze to catch your breath a little, just to stop that thought process before it begins spiraling too far. That tightness, it's enough to kind of catch your breath. And then she says, "Hold on. Let that be a worry for a bit later. Right now, look, you saved his life, just like you meant to. And you're here and well." You want to go
How long was
try
it?
and... Hmm?
How long was I on that island? How many days?
I don't know personally. I haven't asked anyone either. I knew to come here and be ready for you as soon as you got back.
Right. Right. I don't. Odds. I don't think I could look any of them in the eye.
Is She pauses a bit and thinks a few moments. Then she asks, "Are you okay, Gideon?"
Why would I be? Why would it be anything even approaching to okay? This is the second massacre I've witnessed. But this time it wasn't from Calvin, it was from my friends. It was from the people I trusted. I could have forgiven them for killing the captain. I would have been mad, seething with rage, in fact, but I think I could have forgiven them for that. But what they did, killing hundreds of surrendered men in front of children? No, I don't think I can forgive them for that. I don't think I can forgive anyone for that.
She nods a little, and she just gives you another good big squeeze.
Laura, I'm. Gods. I don't want to raise our kids around these people.
She furrows her brow a little, thinking. I'm I'm not certain it was all of them.
I,
I do agree what happened wasn't right, but I don't know if the rest were actually involved in it.
I can look. I can forgive Mara. Mara didn't do anything. Val gave the order and Barrett carried it out. And frankly, I don't think Gavin cares that he did it.
I would you mind asking them at least? If if that's okay.
What's
If
there
not,
to
then
ask? Were you okay with the massacre you carried out?
maybe I just something in my gut says it was maybe only Val. I don't like saying
Barrett
that.
carried out the order. He had his choice. He had his freedom to choose. Does Val care so much about that? And he gave the wrong choice.
Ultimately, whatever you decide, I'll definitely back you up. I would just like to advocate for asking. That's all.
They would have to give the best response in the world, an answer I can't even begin to think of, make me even begin to consider caring for them. As far as I'm concerned, there's three monsters aboard this boat.
And she nods, a little hesitantly, and just continues to hold you.
I'm I'm sorry for bringing this all up. This every time I blink, I see the faces of surrendered men, the faces of kids, the wreckage, the water pouring in. Fine, I'll talk to them. Oh, don't even know where to begin.
Thank you, Gideon. Thank you.
He begins to rise up. Without Downey are awake right now, but might as well say.
And she slowly gets up after you stand and feel her arms, her whole body slide off of you. There's a little chill as the warmth of her embrace leaves, but soon she's standing up again, and she's holding your hand.
Oh, Gideon does decide if the other party members were awake.
You find Gavin, and you find Barrick is like yourself, rising soon thereafter. And Mara, equally with your light sleep, you're soon to rise also. Although much more reluctantly, as we know Mara's history with sleep.
More mornings in general.
Gideon gives both Barrick and Dalvin Devin, the very briefest of looks. Doesn't want to look at them. More of an acknowledgement that they're there than anything else.
Is everybody up on board the deck?
I know Bear probably would be. Or
Yeah,
at least
and
on his way up.
if you all generally gathered on the deck when you woke, then yeah, I'd say it seems reasonable enough that you all would have gathered there on the deck.
Yeah, Mara would have lagged behind a bit. Eventually come up.
There you are, Mara.
And she looks around a bit.
You're going to want to sit down.
She looks at you a bit confused, but indeed she flops down onto the up.
Val, due to his actions in the commanding of Barrick to destroy the ship, was given a death mark by Ophelia and has left to seek his parents' souls without us in the infinite void of ocean out there to spare us from that.
And immediately her eyes open wide. and she jumps back up to her feet. He did what? As if she had been awake for hours.
He also gave me an order to watch over all of you. You especially, Mara. I know.
And she sort of looks around for a bit, almost trying to say something, but nothing comes out. And eventually, she just starts running back to the whatever the rear end of a ship is called.
Poop deck? I don't know.
No, that's below decks, I think.
What is the back of the ship? The stern? Stern. I think it's the stern.
I think so. Yeah.
Yep, stern. Yeah, the stern. The
It's one
stern
of
is the
those.
back or the aftmost of a ship or boat. The
Oh, yeah,
stern lies opposite the bow.
I remember it from SpongeBob. What is the front of the boat called? Bow. Back. Stern. 1920. Yeah. He runs to the stern of the ship, and she holds out her arm that has the bracelet that controls the magic carpet, and she looks like she's about to use it as she's looking out to sea. She freezes, and she slowly puts her arms down. Slowly curls up on the deck, hugging her knees, and she just starts sobbing.
To answer your question, Lana, Gavin is absolutely making assumptions based off of evidence more than anything.
Okay.
Because if Val really was going back into the Vanishing Isles to search for his parents' souls, like Fox said, he would have had to get up and take off in literally the opposite direction that we were heading in.
Okay. It just was
Also,
stated very clearly, so it felt like was operating with more knowledge than Gavin would have, is all.
no, it's a complete guess on his part. Especially the death mark. He has a suspicion about that.
Okay.
But that is the assumption that he is operating under, considering his own relations with certain goddesses and the laws of the sea and all that. And just based on what Val said, he's just like, okay, so this probably means this. Best educated guess.
Okay. Alright, just wanted to make sure that was clear. Go ahead and carry on.
Carry on my wayward sons.
There'll be
Will
rest
be
when
copy
you
written
are
while this is
done.
done. Your weary head to rest will be monetized no more. Wait, we weren't monetized to begin with. Oh no! Well, in the meantime, the ship is on course for the Dwarven lands, back to where we were going in the beginning.
Jesus, that that fucking idiot. He's just. No, we can't. We fucking can't.
We can't what?
Do you not remember? Because apparently he didn't. What Calvin promised. What Calvin promised would happen if we ever fucking split. If we ever stopped operating as a group, then he would genocide an entire town. Mara's town.
I
We
was
need
not
him
aware
back,
of this.
but we need to defend it.
I had forgotten about this. I believe this was way back before even Val had joined.
I'm pretty sure Calvin popped up and reminded him. That's like part of the reason why Val didn't initially leave after the hazard pay.
Gavin was never informed of this sort of development.
It is clear by thus how it is clear thus by how it is clear that Gideon is furious. He is almost staking in that armor. One of his fists is balled up into a fist. He is pissed at this development. He just sentenced an entire town to die. Even more unforgivable than that fucking sip.
A certain demon lord who's not to be named at the moment, because if he is, then he can see us, should not have any damn idea. Because
And he's not
I
having any idea
made
when
fucking
Val
sure of that. He can't spy on us anymore.
He doesn't have to when he delves up onto his own effing private little island where the souls are stored. Where
He'll
he
never
has
fucking find it.
probably dozens of spies.
He'll never fucking find it. The Vanishing Isles can only be navigated by those who know the way. He doesn't.
Yes, he fucking does. He's in cahoots with the head advisor. The head advisor is the one who took the souls and put them there. He's the one who's in charge of the dragons.
Who,
The
Val
dragons
is?
defending the
Who,
souls.
Val is? Who are you talking about? Val has no idea where he's going.
Damn well sure hope he doesn't, because if he swarms that island just caught, that's on Mara's head. On Mara's head, on an entire town's head. And what to do when we come back to the kingdom and we ever have to confront Calvin or any of his fucking goons. Just hope we kill every person there so they can't report back. Yeah, I'm sure we can just hide that the entire fucking king is missing.
The king is away on foreign business.
For a minute, yeah, I'm sure he's gonna buy that for a second.
Well, sure. But he doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know what he's doing.
He's gonna eventually. The only chance we have is if we somehow get Val back.
you feel Gloria squeeze and give you a shake with your arm, and she is looking into your eyes like, Gideon, please calm. Just breathe a moment.
The only reason I haven't even seriously considered not leaving because of that town, and he just flies off in the middle of the night.
Is it going to help to just to panic like this?
An entire town on the line. Why shouldn't I panic?
You have to think rationally. If you do want to
Hey,
get
that's
him
really
back,
gonna
you need.
fucking help here, isn't it?
Gideon, if you don't start thinking rationally, there's going to be consequences on your.
Oh,
You're
I'm
cutting
sure
out.
there is.
Give me a second then. Gideon, listen to yourself. You're the forgiveness cleric, or the forgiveness paladin, and you're refusing to forgive. What does that make you?
Oh, what am I supposed to forgive here? Him running off like a coward, dooming an entire town of
I
his
don't
wife's
fucking care.
people?
What does that make you if you don't forgive? The main thing that you have sworn to do.
This isn't about
It makes you a
forgiveness.
hypocrite and
It's
an
about
oath
him being.
breaker.
He hasn't done. All he did was run away. I'm not even more furious at the fact he's done that. I'm more worried about the town than forgiving him right now. I'm sorry that I'm more worried about thousands of people than the fact he ran away to begin with.
He ran away
Sure,
to save
maybe,
our lives.
maybe.
Or does
By
that mean
dooming
anything to
thousands of
you?
others.
Does Mara's life mean anything to you? Does Barrack's? Does your fucking wife's? Because you certainly brought her here.
You think I
If you're
don't
so
care that?
if you're so concerned about it, if you're so absolutely damned angry about it that you're not going to calm down and listen to reason, well, quite frankly, I want to see my wife. So I can escort you and Gloria, if she so wishes, to the teleportation circle that I've set up at the back of the ship. Anyone else who wants to leave may also do so. I, for one, am not abandoning my post.
What part of that entire rant, of that entire rambling I did, made you think I plan to abandon him? Yes, I'm furious. I'm more than angry that he did this, but I'm not going to just leave because that's not going to help anyone. You made that clear. You didn't need to say that. Look, I can forgive him. I can forgive even this, maybe. But right now, I am furious. What's the reason? Okay, fine. I'll calm down. I'll try to calm down. How do we go about this? How do we get him back? How do we prevent another massacre? You made it very clear that my entire ideals are stupid and pathetic. What's your idea then?
I never said such a thing.
Oh,
I think what you did on the
oh.
ship was stupid. You defended an enemy combatant who refused to surrender. I think what the king did in murdering the rest of the people on that ship when I had given Beric the command to let them go of their own accord, I think that is all on him. I think you're a fool, but I think you're still standing up for what you believe is right, and I commend you for that. But there's a time and a place. And that man violated that man violated the laws of the sea. And it was by the fucking pact that I made with the goddess of the sea to uphold the law of the sea that I drew that gun.
And I didn't know that. Now, did I?
You
I
were
didn't know
there
there
when
was
I
any
made the
fucking pack of
pact.
any sea goddess.
You were there when I made the pact. You all were.
No,
No,
no, he
Gideon,
was
Gideon,
off on another island. You never told him about this. Remember, the pack was off ship, or no, was while Gideon was elsewhere. You explicitly didn't tell Gideon that you guys were coming, or there was any sort of pact with the goddess of the sea. You explicitly didn't tell him.
All right then. It's at that point that Gavin kinda his breathing becomes very shallow and very quick, and he steps back and leans kind of stumbles and leans back into the wall of the captain's office or quarters or whatever, and kind of grips his chest, and he's breathing heavily, like hyperventilating, trying to catch his breath.
So, Barrick, you're here observing. You
Yeah.
would understand what had just happened with Gavin, but to anyone else who wishes to understand, that will be a medicine check.
if nobody says anything about making a medicine check, Barrick will.
I just let's make it just because. I don't think he would really care about this, but seeing him suddenly might make him just instinctively try to see what's happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
After you make that roll, Barrick would be saying something. So
14.
Could have just been a stumbling from the waves, you might guess. It's hard for you to tell what it could have been.
looks. Barrick makes the look between Gavin, Gideon, and Gideon, and be like, "Would it be all right for me to cast Calm Emotions so that it could catch us?"
Please do. You have complete permission to do it on anybody you wish right now, please.
And like, and you could choose to. I'm giving you the choice to choose to fail to let the calm emotions happen, or you can try and make a save. I'm just going to display it. Then I'm going to cast it so that it catches everyone. I'm not sure if it would catch Mara considering it's a 20-foot radius, but at the very least, he's going to catch Gavin and potentially Gideon.
Gavin is very much not making a save. he will
Yeah, I
he will
think
auto fail it. He needs to be calmed.
Dan will allow himself to autofill this.
If you choose, and this is one you can fail. So, uh, I did post it in the, yeah, you choose to fail. It'd be more. It would not be more the suppressed effect causing it to be charmed or frightened. It'd be more so the fact surrounding the target, making a target indifferent about creatures of your choice that is hostile. It'd be more just like calming people down.
Gideon breathes in and breathes out as his emotions are suppressed. The rage that clearly was just boiling out of him, dwindling till he feels more or less nothing.
It doesn't. I will say I don't think it would necessarily get rid of the emotion. It's just at the very least would bring it into check. A lot easier of a check.
Yeah.
So instead of it being a pot boiling over, it turns instead into a pot more of still hot water. It isn't roiling over the edges. It's still there, but quieted.
Oh, by the gods.
Because from what I recall, with you pointing at Gideon, from what I recall reading about that stuff, it does not bode well for you to be just angry. It makes it much more likely for you to lose control.
But can you repeat that? I'm sorry, my headphones went
Yeah,
little boop.
yeah. Barrick was pointing at Gavin, and it's like, at the very least, like you of all people, Gavin, needed needed that because from what I recall reading, you would you had a good chance of um turning.
Yeah, the beast within is kind of a spiritual amalgamation of all the worst aspects of oneself, so it in moments of extreme anger it can break free. Thank you. Gavin kind of just slumps down into the ground. Uh,
All right. Definitely take this moment to breathe, to get things in check, and then let's see about discussing ways to at least bring stuff up to Val and see about getting him back if he chooses to come back, because there's a chance he might not.
You're right, Calvin. You're right.
I'll be all right. Oh, just let's be sure to keep it down a bit from here on. I know tensions are high, but We can't risk things getting too heated on either of our sides, can we? Fuck, that hurt.
I, mm, I, I could feel it. I could. God, you had a point there. You were calling me a hypocrite, calling me an oathbreaker. I can feel that divine link so close. I'm right at the edge from being just as you said I was. Thank you. Thank you, Derek. I think if you didn't do that spell, I think I might have went back on everything I believed in.
I figured after what happened yesterday, I felt it was absolutely necessary to have the calm emotion spell prepped for today. I knew tensions would be high.
Okay.
At least,
Gideon.
initially.
Gideon,
Yeah.
I want you to know that I think your oath is extraordinarily admirable. And while I don't want to admit or believe it, I absolutely have to. What you did was certainly foolhardy in that moment, but your anger against Val was justified. But you have to forgive him.
I look.
His father forgave me, after all.
I
I
think
was a dread pirate for years. People like the ones on that ship who'd wave the red flag no quarter. I made it my specialty to go and torture them and butcher them and only kill them when they begged for death. That's why I'm so good at my job. I'm a torturer. I'm a murderer. And Val's father saw me and saved me. He gave me second chance when no one else would. When I wouldn't.
You. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for getting so combative. When you started calling me foolish, when you got so hostile about the captain, when you started arguing with it, I felt like you were spitting in the face of everything I believed in. I It felt less like slights against me and more slights against my oath as a whole. It and when Val made that order, I almost for sure thought you agreed with him. I shouldn't have made that assumption. And you said I should forgive him. You said that I should forgive even that.
at the very least, Gideon, it'll definitely be a very long talk between you and Val the next time we could get we meet up again.
you I think you might have a point there. If he's willing to leave us all behind, leave Mara behind, I don't think there's anything I can say that would be more of a punishment than what he's feeling right now.
I don't
I
know if there's anything we can say to bring him back.
is we need to try.
We do.
Not even for the town, but for him.
Oh no. But if we fail, there's a very high likelihood that we will never find him again. There is no way to find him right now. The only way is if he comes back.
Well, you're quite good at speeches. Let's hope you can prepare one that will knock his socks off. And he holds his hand out.
I think it will be something that the both of you should work on.
Right.
Gavin takes his hand and when he brings it up, he immediately goes into like the friggin' bear hug. Just
Didn't really return it. He is not holding back in this scenario. He is hugging him as strongly as he can.
Gavin is crying, by the way. And
And
I'll straight up admit, as a player, I started tearing up there too, honestly.
Oh yeah, this is punching me in my heart. I think Gideon would be trying to. He's very emotional, as it's obvious.
yeah. And I think the two of you should not be the only ones who help work on the speech to talk to Val. There's somebody else we should include. And looks over
Right.
to Mara.
Mara?
All right, Mara.
All right, here we go.
Hi, you're up.
All right, so
You get back here or I'll never sleep with you again.
all right, so immediately as soon as your conversation is over and you're about to turn your attention to Mara, you suddenly hear her scream out in a blood-curdling scream of pain.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Gavin is
Immediately.
immediately running over. Is there any way I can tell what might be going on? Any insight I can derive from this?
Well,
Can I roll
Mara,
investigation?
This is all you here. Describe it in as much detail as you please.
All right. So as you run over to check on Mara, she grabs the back of her head just above her neck and starts digging her nails into her skin as she screams out, and you begin to see, as sort of jutting out of her skin, like ripping through it, are jet black scales. And
Oh,
they don't cover her entire body, but they cover a decent amount of it. And after the scales have finished growing in, she sort of lurches forward as a bulge appears in the back of her shirt, and ripping out through the fabric are a pair of black dragon wings. And it's after this that she finally stops screaming, and she is now almost laying down on her hands and knees and panting heavily.
Mara. Can you hear us?
and she slowly turns her head towards you, Gideon. And you see a wide, sadistic grin on her face, the likes of which you haven't seen since the incident with Gloria all the way back in hell.
Oh boy.
It's mine. Won't let him go. And suddenly her wings flap down hard as she rises into the air and begins flying off quickly down towards the Vanishing Isles.
Okay. It's a whole other problem.
Gideon, sorry, it's Gideon. Gavin turns around and shouts out to the whoever's on the helm. Turn the ship around! Forward!
You see a look of panic for a moment as you see this man who was standing quite alarmingly close to Mara for that full transformation. Your yelling stirs him from his shock to move into action, and he spins the wheel practically as fast as it will turn, the ship lurching a bit and tilting hard as it is forced into such an unexpected change of course. You hear a loud creak of the wood of the vessel, but it turns and is moving to make chase after Mara.
Let's see.
Hello, I've returned.
Hello.
Ah.
Welcome back!
Mara's following you. Only now she's almost a black dragon person.
Oh,
Yeah.
Gideon almost went Oathbreaker. Dalvin almost turned into a werewolf, and they had a conversation that turned them to both sobbing messes.
Yeah. Thankfully, Barrick thought ahead and had calm emotions prepped to be like, you know what? No, I'm dropping this. I'm sorry, guys. To be like, hey,
Oh yeah, I think if Barrick didn't prepare calm emotions, really bad things were going to happen to both of them.
Can I just declare here unanimously Barrick is absolutely the MVP.
yeah. Barrick is the entire MVP, PvP, and any other important title of the whole fucking party. He's the only one who actually has a leveled head on this whole crew.
There's a reason that he has the book. If it goes in the book, you best be worried.
Let's see.
So, okay, so up to speed now is basically you guys almost had a fight. Mara's a black dragon chasing after me?
yep. Or at least, I'd say more of like a
Half
what,
dragon.
like half dragon, dragonborn-esque.
Okay.
But she's now chasing after you, and we just made it essentially 180 to follow after Mara.
Yeah, remember when Mara had that I am going to kill Gloria thing? Yeah, she's going through that again.
Ah, that.
Yeah, it's now directed towards you. Have fun.
I will.
But yeah. Meanwhile, Barrack looks to Gavin, looks to Gideon. Hey, thankfully, hopefully, Val still has his sending stone.
Yeah, that's
We
warn
should tell
tell
him
him.
and probably talk him into trying to. Yeah.
Do I fly after? How do we want to do this?
Real quick, just remember that Mara has a sending stone as well. So one only must wonder, what is she saying to Val right now?
I don't think she's saying anything because I think she wants to get the jump on him.
Then carry on.
But yeah,
Gavin is saying into the sending stone directly to Val. You might want to turn around right now because your wife just grew wings, and I think she's flying over to eat you.
No response.
You
I am
dogs, I think
going.
he ditched his sending stone.
Can I? Hold on. I have a spell for this. Let me see if it works the way I hope it works. I would like to use locate creature. Is Val within 1,000 miles? Sorry, 1,000. No, he wouldn't be within 1,000 feet. I'm assuming he'll be long gone since it's been my time. Can I use
yeah.
on Mara?
Absolutely, you may use it on Mara.
I mean,
All right.
is Mara still in sight?
Absolutely. Although being that she is just one creature, difficult to follow precisely.
it's probably a good thing then we put a locate creature on her.
I sure hope Gideon, Mara's party member for how many months now, would have seen her at least once within 30 feet.
Hey, Gavin.
Yeah.
Is it the Vanishing Isles all considered one area? Or is it all split up into technically separate different areas?
The way I understand it, it is basically a very large area that it's a lot of water, a lot of islands that have some sort of magical fuckery going on around them that makes them difficult, if not near impossible to find. And it stretches on, as far as anyone is aware, almost infinitely.
So
Alright, I have locate creature up. You guys follow my instructions.
that's for Mara. I'm just thinking, if Barrick was like, considering after the conversation with Val, he'd be like, you know what? As much as I know he'd say he'd keep his sending stone with him, there's a chance he might not. So he's gonna prep sending as well.
Tell him that the only one who knows how to get to the place where his parents are is me.
Hold on, let me count this out because it's at 25 words for sending.
And also that if he really does go out there alone, without any knowledge of where any island is, he's never going to find anything. Or he's going to get trapped on one thing and never be able to escape. It may require multiple castings.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So you guys are giving chase, and Gideon, with your having cast Locate Person, you find that Mara is following what seems a very specific route. Could infer that she knows precisely what she is chasing and where that is.
Yeah, he's going to call back to Barrick and Dalvin. Uh, she knows where he is. She knows without a doubt. If we follow her, we follow him.
Now, Val, what is your passive perception?
Passive perception is 16.
16. Okay, more than plenty. Yeah, you feel a powerful presence creeping up on your senses. You feel a presence with an intensity.
Does this feel threatening?
Indeed.
Give me 1 second. I had to
Gavin is going to
restart up my
quickly
fucking thing.
Gavin is going to quickly on a map scribble out what he can, directions to, from the point that they are most likely at right now, leave the Vanishing Isles, and he's going to hand it over to the bosun or whoever is at the helm right now and say, on my mark, you're going to turn around and you're going to leave the Vanishing Isles. You're going to leave us behind. You will not look back. We will return. Am I clear?
Yeah, he just kind of opens his mouth, but he just nods.
All right. All right, guys. It's time.
Yep. Derek is gonna cast Sending. The first time, hey Val, be careful as Mara changed into a half dragon and is now after you. Allowing for a moment to give Val a chance to respond because it's the actual spell sending and not a sending stone. And he can send it, he can answer back if he so chooses. He knows it's from Barrick.
No response.
I was fucking dead.
Oh god.
Gavin gets back onto the deck. Guys, to me, now. And out of one, he is putting on his Helm of Brilliance, and he pulls out a small feather out of one of his pockets and throws it on the ground. Lana, I'm summoning the bird.
Alrighty.
So, in front of all of you, suddenly, very, very gingerly gripping onto the bow of the ship so as to not, turn over, and waiting for everybody to climb on is a rock. A gigantic 150-foot wingspan eagle of death.
Not arguing. Let's go.
Big burb.
Also, I'm gonna take this moment. Holy shit, rocks are so cool! You're such an underrated magical creature.
This is the only change from Pathfinder's version of feather tokens that I genuinely appreciate. It's not a messenger bird. It's Big Bird. It's Rodan.
Oh, I was
Uh,
talking about strictly in the mythology sense. Like
Aw.
rocks are talked about, but they are like they're like it's just a giant bird that can pick up elephants, and it's like, guys, it's a giant bird that picks up elephants.
That's fucking rad. Giant birds that pick up elephants are rad.
So I will say this thing has the full stats and everything of a rock. It just cannot attack, but it can do any other maneuvers it needs to, and it follows my exact direct mental orders.
Now, that in mind, it is waiting for you all to board.
Boards.
Yep, get in board.
Get the fuck on.
Boards, let's go.
So, how far away is Mara exactly right now?
She is barely even a pinprick on the horizon. You'd lose her if it weren't for the locate creature.
Okay, cool. Rock is dashing, and that gives it a fly speed currently of 240 feet.
Okay.
Or, it's just travel pace zoom. It's going as fast as it can.
Okay. Now, for Mara. Mara, you see Val. You see him aboard Polaris. You see this possession that is yours. And you see that he is still flying away from you. But he is easily within your grasp.
And Mara is going to full speed go right at Val and try and grab him by his neck.
Okay.
With being able to feel her presence, or their presence, because he doesn't know this is Mara yet. Am I able to make a
I will allow you a dexterity saving throw in order to try and dodge this.
awesome. I'm glad you knew what I was talking about because I was failing at words.
It's all good. It happens.
Dexterity saving throw. There we go. You motherfucking! I'm going to retire all of you. My dice hate me. I during this entire campaign have been rolling fucking low, except for at stupid times where it doesn't matter and it's not even necessary for me to make the roll.
And you understand now why I got you a certain pin.
Oh my god, I'm looking at it right now. I put it on a clipboard above my desk.
Share the pin.
Give me 2 seconds.
Yep. Because it's a very accurate representation of
Oh my god.
you, Fox, and Val.
Oh my god, is it? Camera. There we go. I literally saw this pin when they brought it out to me at LARP, and I was like, "Oh my god, yes!"
But also, no, stop. It's too true.
Yeah,
That's
It is.
amazing.
it is fucking painful how true it is.
Okay, travel speed of the rock is 140 feet per round. Because
Okay.
it can go 16 miles an hour. I had to do some deep calculations to do that.
Lana, the answer for the dex saving is a 13, I think. 13, yes.
Not sufficient.
Yeah.
Mara, you feel it. Success. Satisfaction. He's in your grasp. You have hold of him. What rightfully belongs to you is now well within your claws. And you yank him off Polaris.
Is there any land near? Or is it just sea?
Give me just a moment. Yes. As you fly along, you feel that sensation of having passed through some kind of a field, crossing as if a ley line, and then there it is, an island. One that is rolling with hills and mountains. This is less jungle or tropical than you would expect. It's pine trees, it's boreal. And
Then,
it is well within your ability to reach.
all right. So, as I grab him off of Polaris, I'm going to fly directly towards that island and slam him right into the shore.
Okay. We'll roll that as being bludgeoning damage, and we'll give you a d12 for it.
All right.
While you're rolling that, Gideon,
Yeah.
you feel your locate creature spell suddenly fail.
Oh,
However,
I can't. Oh, go ahead.
with the fact that you all are so close, Barrick, with your high passive perception, you're able to see as you are so rapidly approaching Mara and Val. You see where they had disappeared from sight.
And Varric would immediately indicate, their the direction that way to Gavin, who's likely in
Is
control.
there is it safe to assume that they, disappeared into quite possibly an island or something?
You can infer as much.
Do I need to make any sort of check or whatnot for that?
So long as
To know-
Barrick aids you, you will not.
Okay, good, because I have disadvantage on ability checks right now.
Yeah, no, Barrick would very much be kind of like that backup, just helping to point.
All right, I just shout out, hold on to your butts, and we are bird dive. Bird. Bird.
It's just as jarring as the first time. You go from it being open sea to, in less than it takes to blink, there's an island. And it is as described.
And
And you already see that Mara and Val are engaged in something on the shoreline. So we'll quickly roll back to Val and Mara and let them have the spotlight for a moment.
all right. Val, you take 11 points of bludgeoning damage. Fall. Slam.
All good.
And Mara just holds him against the sand for a moment before her hand moves off his neck and then onto the back of his head, pulls it up, and looks him in the face. Hello, my treasure.
Immediately cut out.
Them some rapey vibes there. No.
Well, remember, friends, she is a half black dragon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the one that, when it hatches, it says, "Mother, I crave bloodshed."
How different does Mara look right now?
She's still same proportions and everything, but she just has scales covering large parts of her body and a pair of wings, all black.
No horns?
Okay. Mara,
Her
I think,
horns are unchanged because she already has those being a tiefling.
yeah. Mara?
They turn into black dragon horns and just jut forward. That'd be extra horrifying.
I honestly thought there would just be black dragon horns like coming out from like behind her horns because the black dragons like come and swoop in alongside the head.
Mm.
I mean, if you like that flavor, Mara, you can go for that. I'll allow it.
Yeah, alright.
Congratulations, you've earned the gore rush attack that minotaurs usually have.
Oh,
I've just made Mara much more horrifying. It's fine, guys. It's fine. Everything's fine.
She's getting much more in touch with Daddy.
Oh. Oh my.
Oh my.
Alright. Anyways. Mara?
You thought you could escape from...
Escape? Escape? I wasn't escaping.
Belong to me! And she slams his head back into the sand.
That'll be 1d4 bludgeoning damage.
That's a 1.
Yeah. Got it.
And then pulls him back. Long as I can breathe, you are mine.
Mara. I'm yours till my final breath. And even then, I did this so you could live.
Think that's all it takes, huh?
When does Bird come down?
All right,
Takes
you
down
guys would be
Mara,
approaching
that's it.
about right now. Like you're seeing the two of them. Mara, whom I'm just picturing is practically straddling Val, pinning him to the beach, with her hand holding his head, and you can see some drips of blood on the sand even from this distance.
Here's a question for y'all. Shall we possibly roll initiative?
I'll ask that of Mara and Val. Would you like it to become such, or would you like to keep it as more roleplay?
Oh, there'll be roleplay in it, but still.
I genuinely don't preference one way or the other. I can definitely work with either.
For me, I
So-
would say to wait until an attack has been.
Okay.
All right. Well, first thing is Bird is coming down. Gavin is gonna fucking slide off the back and pull his wand of paralysis on you.
All right.
So let's see. Wand of... that's gonna be a DC 15 con save, or be paralyzed for a minute, Mara.
Right. That is a 21. Passes.
Silvery barbs. Roll again.
Okay. Oh, that's a 9.
You fail. And I'm gonna give advantage on the next roll to Barrick. Whatever he wants to end up doing. And
Cool.
with that, if we want to go into initiative now, I don't know, but either way, I'm gonna start. The first thing I'm gonna start doing is casting Discern True Name Creature on.
On
I assume probably Morrow.
I also assumed tomorrow, but I
You
would,
did break up, Dink.
and if you're
Say
talking
again?
now,
You did
you
break
broke up.
Oh, I did.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm cast. If we're not going into initiative immediately, I'm casting Detect True Name Creature on Mara,
Okay.
which would be a Wisdom saving throw. DC to beat that is 18.
Hey, now you said that was a wisdom save, correct?
Yes.
That
Okay.
is 16.
All right. I get the true name, and let's see. I'm going to utter ego. That's the wrong one. Utter ego. There we go. And for the next hour, you are charmed by me.
Or
Okay. You you feel that that name at first is indeed that of Mara. You do feel the charming effect. Though you see something visibly changing in Mara now. Mara, you feel a seething rage beyond even what you already felt. This piercing knowing that you feel from Gavin's speaking that name, or discerning it rather, you feel a need for more power. You feel that pull deepen. Do you continue to reach for it?
I do.
After all, these people are threatening what is rightfully yours.
I do reach.
So then, instead of the half-dragon as you see before you, you see Mara's body continue to transform. You see she doubles over as something else overpowers the paralysis spell, as something else transfigures. Mara's hands now, claws dig into the sands, and you see her eyes glowing with power, the wings beginning to grow in size, her tail lengthening, and you see her flesh entirely rip off her body.
Oh dear.
acidic smoke boils off her form as you see those scales rip and roil. And then she stands before you. This is Mara in a sense, but she has become fully a black dragon. And you stand between her and what is her horde.
Mm.
Now is when you may go ahead and roll initiative.
Oh boy. Here we go.
You guys just couldn't stay on the ship, could you?
No, because
How-
apparently, if we separate it all, Mars Village dies.
And it's an adult black dragon, right, Lana?
Indeed.
What happened? Hello.
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 For
Were you all were you there for that all, Koga?
Nope.
We're rolling initiative.
I heard that. I didn't hear what you guys said afterwards.
Well, Mara's a black dragon.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I heard everything up until you said roll initiative.
Okay. Well, my initiative is 21.
Mine is 19.
if there's no
Mine's a 20.
initiative, there's no initiative listed. It's just a X.
It's Dex modifier. Yep.
Yep.
What was that roll you just said? Okay, 9.
And I had a 10.
How do I?
Okay, go ahead and make sure you guys type down what your rolls are in the Declare Your Rolls channel, if you please.
Uh,
1A1.
How do I send messages that only DM can see?
Uh,
you can go into your seat and hit to GM, and I think it's also an option, I believe, on the settings.
yeah, but no, to do things in chat specifically.
Yeah, because I don't feel like rolling this with physical dice. That's be annoying, and I also don't want. I also only.
Oh well, if you're rolling stuff on it from a sheet, whatnot, then that will be. Then that'll all just you can do all that on the sheet, and there should be a toggle thing for 2GM. Yeah.
Well,
As for the health, you could probably send that through Discord if need be. But I used to know the command. I do not remember it anymore. I apologize.
Oh, it's just /GM roll.
Hey, there we go.
Oh, so if you wanted to type something into the Nope. If you wanted to type something in the chat specifically to someone, you'll want to do /W by the specific person in the or the username or name of the character in the chat.
That is a thing I can do, but there's also just a command called /GM roll that just rolls to the GM.
Yeah, I noticed that. I am doing what I can to intentionally not look at what you just rolled.
Oh wait, what? You can see that?
Yeah, no, I've had GM privileges on the server for the longest time. I helped make some of
right.
the shit here, so
I forgot.
yeah, that's fine. I'm looking away from chat.
Oh, Lana, you should be able to hide that message.
Okay.
There you go.
So, yeah. I think actually this puts Gavin and Val in that order as the two who will be first.
Yeah, I think it goes. And then Koga rolled a 19, so.
Yeah, I'm sort of decent at this. Not to brag.
Well, I am definitely what I'm gonna do. First things first. Is the true name magic is still up, right? It is a duration thing. It's not concentration.
It is still affecting, but it is affecting some part which, though it exists, is not presently in control.
I'm gonna say, I know you're in there. He's here. He's fine. If you keep doing this, you're only gonna hurt us all. Fight it. And let's see.
At present, you don't get a response, though you're aware at least. You were heard.
All right. Well, in that case, let's see here. I am going to real quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna pull out one of my special trinkets, a little itty bitty mirrored like prism, and I'm going to cast mirror image on myself. So for the next minute, until the spell ends, there are illusory duplicates of myself. and they mimic my actions and shift positions, making it impossible to track which one is real. So if I get targeted with an attack during the spell's duration, an extra d20 is rolled to determine whether the attack hits me or one of the duplicates. I gotta roll a 6 or higher to change the attacks to hit a duplicate. If there's two duplicates left instead of the first 3, then it's an 8, and if there's only one, it's an 11 or higher.
You're cutting out.
And of course I am. And each duplicate's AC is 14. And let me fix the cutting out. Alright. So, with that cast, the first thing I'm going to do is... where is Val in relation to all of this that is going on?
Practically right underneath Mara.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Okay. Will that be all for your turn?
Action. I'm going to go and basically dive and start, covering, body blocking with me and my duplicates in front of Val.
Dang. Okay.
Yep. I'm taking whatever is coming. That is my turn for now.
All right. As your turn ends, Mara's gonna use a legendary action as her wings beat down, and now everyone within 10 feet of her must make a dexterity saving.
Reminder, if I calculate saving throws, I have aura of whatever mob. I think you'll have +2 to it.
That depends on how many people
very
are...
technical.
Yeah, that depends on how many people are within 10 feet, which is probably just Mara and
Gideon,
Gal.
are you within 10 feet of gigantic dragon?
Why wouldn't I be at this point?
Exactly.
Nah, he stayed at the boat. Don't worry about him.
So,
oh boy.
let's see.
Wait.
So, I rolled a 28.
All right.
All of you remember that everyone has a +4 to their saving throws because of my aura.
If they're within 10 feet of you. If you're not if you're not within 10 feet of Val and me, we're not getting that.
Yeah, if you're not within 10 feet, you die. I'm sorry, that's how it works. Gideon shows up at your house and he kills you himself.
So much for forgiveness.
Val, what's your save looking like?
Say that again. I had like 3 messages happening.
What's your save looking like? Dexterity save.
Do I need to roll one?
Yes.
Okay.
We're getting wing beat down.
Okay.
Also, do your mirror images not get saves?
No, they don't really take damage. They're illusions of me.
Okay.
That is
You'd have to like
13.
directly hit them with an attack to disappear.
All right, so all right, Val got an 18. Then you had 20.
It's
Yeah.
13.
13. Oh, okay. Koga got 21. Barrick?
Yeah, I'm awesome like that.
My biggest thing is, would Barrick be close and cause as much
I just assume we're all in the same area because we all arrived at the same place at the same time.
true. I did roll, that was a 15, so I did likely fail.
All right, 15. All right. All right. Barrick and Val. You take you take 16 points of bludgeoning damage, and you're both now.
Wasn't Val already prone?
I was about to say, I'm just double prone.
Yeah, he's proner. Don't worry about it.
If I get any more
He's
prone, I'm
buried
gonna be a
into the
prune.
He's just buried into the sand now.
and then after beating its wings, Mara flies up 40 feet into the air, looking down upon all of you.
Alright, so since that was a legendary action, if I recall correctly, that'd be Val's
I think
turn
next
now?
in turn order would still be Gideon.
No, Val.
Oh yeah, right, because Val 20, then Gideon.
20.
Well, Val?
Thinking of all the messages I've done. I have so many things happening in my poor little brain. So I'm knocked prone. I've been hit with fucking beat down of wings. Mario, you took to the air, right?
Yep, 40 feet
Okay.
up.
40 feet up. Got it.
Gavin is guarding, body blocking, actually being full on bodyguard right now. There's also 4 of him.
Way to make that even more confusing. Yeah, could maybe do that. Hey, Lana.
Yo.
So, can I have Polaris swoop down and pick me up?
Yeah.
I do that. So basically, Val's lying there prone as shit, and basically whistles for Polaris. And would you say it would take my full action to be with being picked up to also get onto his back?
You are not performing that action. You are instead spending your bonus action to give a command to Polaris. Polaris, however, is going to be using his action to pick you up and basically place you in a mounted position.
Perfect.
So that means your bonus action is spent.
Bonus action spent, but I still have my action. Perfect.
Right.
Perfect.
And you would have half of whatever movement Polaris just spent. So basically, we'll consider that to be half movement
Okay.
to come get you, pick you up.
What is his movement? There it is. Since he would be flying, so yeah, so he's got 30 more feet. So I would have Polaris fly 30, or the rest of his movement up 30 feet, and then we're going to do. We're gonna cast Hunter's Mark at 4th level on. Oh wait, hold on. I think that's a bonus action. Never mind. Can't do that.
Yorp.
Oh no, my whole plot. Oh god. Yeah, we're just gonna fly the 30 feet up and just.
Psst,
That's it.
have your bow and arrow, you know.
You think he's going to shoot Mara?
It is an option. Not saying
is
it's a
an
good
option.
one.
We're gonna fly the 30 feet up, and that will be the end of Val's turn.
Okay. Now, you do
Breath weapon.
also have your free action. You can, of course, speak. You can try and do something like intimidate, persuade.
No, I think I got a plan, and it doesn't involve doing any of that right now.
Okay.
I'm just being a scheming little evil bastard over here. Don't worry about it.
How dare you?
Lovely.
That's illegal. How dare you?
Nah, you guys love it.
Okay.
That's how you plan on
Gideons.
Utah's all this.
All right, wing boy. What you doing?
I have wing. I'm kidding.
He's winging it.
I swear
Evidently.
to the gods, Koga.
I was kidding. These. I'm not that stupid.
Are you?
I would make Val resend his action and immediately whip around with his bow and shoot you.
Alright. Gideon shall use his action. Okay, he doesn't have any force on his slots. To try to cast Hypnotic Pattern on Mara. That's
Okay.
immediately going to pop that 3rd level spell. Save DC is 17.
Alright, that is a wisdom save. Ooh, she just barely misses.
Incapacitated and has a speed of 0. In terms of flying, that means you fall.
I thought speed of 0 in. I thought that means you just hover.
No, in order to hover, you have to maintain speed.
I thought.
Flying is weird in 5e.
I'll check.
In fact, only certain beings actually have hover. Dragons are not one of them.
I'm gonna check it.
Hold on, I got you, Koga. Go ahead and continue with whatever your turn is going to follow with.
Yeah, so he's just gonna pop that and more or less, make her, charmed, have a spelling 0. And just so she doesn't break it, when Mara goes to land, if she takes any damage, she will take it instead, so the damage doesn't break her out of it.
Oh.
He's going to take the fall damage he might take if the speed of 0 makes her fall.
Right.
She was up at 40 feet?
Yep, 40 feet.
Indeed.
46.
Now, you flew straight up, correct, Amara?
Yep.
Then you're also going to be falling on Gavin.
That's fun.
Can I make a dex save?
I will allow you at disadvantage.
I'm glad I have a +9. $21?
Not high enough.
Hmm.
All right. And take half of the damage, yeah? Take half of the damage. Right. Works.
Usually, although isn't a adult black dragon huge size?
It is.
Yeah, I would rule due to a dragon size, you take that full fall damage.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Then is 12 points of bludgeoning damage to you.
Ow.
How much fall damage does Mara take?
Same amount.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, he's going to pop Aura of Guardian, I believe. The protection is the you have +4 to saving throw. Guardian is I take her damage. So he's gonna pop Aura the Guardian and take the falling damage Mara would have taken. Hopefully preventing her from, having the spell end on her.
I will ask, are you certain you'd like to do that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Am I prone underneath this giant dragon?
Indeed you would be.
Oh, also, quick question. So because I resist bludgeoning damage to dragon. Would
it's the
would
third
that
time I've been under a dragon.
Oh wait, no.
Is it wrong to pick up black dragons on the beach?
Not
I
black
get-
dragons usually, no.
Reference.
I am so happy you did.
Okay, never mind. I am not. Or does Lana? Does the sheet doesn't give me resistance to bludgeoning, but you did when I was in stage 1. Does that still apply or no?
Indeed.
Okay. So would that also mean that Gideon only takes half the damage?
Indeed.
Okay, Gideon, you only take 6 damage.
I wish you said that before I played it to myself. Now I have to calculate it again.
Get mathed, fool.
At least not that bad. I have a maximum of 105, so it's 99. It's easy math, at least. Oh, wait. If I take that damage, does that mean I have to do concentration check?
On?
Hypnotic pattern is concentration.
You did not take the minimum damage required to proc a concentration check.
Oh, what's the minimum damage? Like 20 or
10.
something then? 10, okay. Same goodness resistance. Alright. I think Gideon was set a bit closer. Just making sure Val or Galvin is in range for his auras. Then end his turn. Can't really do much if he passes a spell.
It's difficult to get me
Sorry.
in range of your aura because I am underneath a dragon.
Funny, that should be the position that Val is in.
Oh.
Saying this monitor this president.
Testicles, ovaries, nipples, anything. You guys circular. We'll be scooped.
So next turn.
Indeed.
I assume that when she's now
Yeah.
prone.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
She being under the effect of hypnotic pattern.
Would you speak up, please, Barrick?
Yeah, it's hard to move the mic from where it is. Like legit. The creature becomes charmed on a failed save. The creature becomes charmed for the duration. They're incapacitated. Can they still make saving throws if they're incapacitated?
No. Wait. Incapacit. Sorry, I thought you meant for the spell. Let me check this real quick. Of course, it's just under condition.
It just says that an incapacitated creature can't take action.
So I would go by the wording there and say you could still make saving throws.
Gotcha. I'm still going to make the attempt and cast Calm Emotions on Mara Dragon.
Okay.
Alright.
Dragmar. Morgan?
And
The Dargan Bargain.
oh, that's not what I wanted. I need to spell.
This would be a completely different fight if she was a pink dragon.
Yeah, it'd be bubbles instead of acid.
This Mara
it-
shooting up the lamest puns.
Calm Emotions. DC 17 Charisma save.
I think I have to make that too, because if you're casting it on,
Alright, that's
I'd
20
safe.
probably
foot
end up being in that
radius.
sphere.
I could have put it up just enough so it doesn't.
A 14, so I do not save. Take it.
All right. And
Oh, wait. It says each humanoid in spell description.
Oh,
shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
at this
no.
stage, she would not count as humanoid.
rip.
Mm-hmm.
cast Hold Monster instead.
Now,
I
let me
don't think-
ask you this. Had you already committed to the casting of the spell?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I technically would have. Well, yeah, technically yes. Well, if by asking for the saving throw, but
Oh, Mara gently like
Yeah,
burger.
I will allow that, but if you guys do get to the stage of casting a spell and discover that it would not function, it will still count as the spell having been spent. So it's a little harsh maybe, but no, this is big fight.
mm-hmm.
Maybe read next time.
Well, here's
Well,
the thing. I wasn't thinking, but Barrack probably wouldn't recognize that. It probably wouldn't
Yeah,
work.
that's definitely why I'm going to allow it here.
I was about to say, this is a slip of the mind for the players, because we're acknowledging the fact that we're fighting Mara, but forgetting the fact that she's a dragon right now.
Currently in dragon form, and therefore not humanoid.
But yeah, just
I mean, this would be a good way to know, oh, fuck, she's actually a dragon now.
Yeah. Just don't make that mistake again.
Yeah, because next time that spell slot will be taken, because should have.
Mm.
That'd be an ouch spell slot to lose.
I know this is rich coming from a Yu-Gi-Oh player, but read your effects.
Wow.
As another Yu-Gi-Oh player, I appreciate the reference.
Master told me now.
All right. This,
It's
however,
time
means
to.
it's Mara's turn.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, everyone went.
Mara is incapacitated and cannot take actions or reactions.
Indeed.
Is there not a save against it per turn?
Nope.
Hmm.
Gloria went through the
Fucking
same
just-
shit when Gideon tried to eat me.
Oh,
Okay.
I'll use a free action so you can yell at him.
Then instead,
Wait, hold on. Is this? Here's a question, out of character, more meta thing. If
Okay.
this is Mara as a dragon, does she still have access to everything she has as Mara? Can she still cast spells?
yes.
There's
oh,
bonus action spells, are there not?
Say again.
Are there not bonus action spells or things you can turn into bonus actions?
Indeed, with sorcery points.
Cool. Why am I abating the enemy?
You're the redemption paladin.
Yeah, in mid-combat yelling at Mara to attack.
Excuse me, actually.
Chaotic dumb.
If we're gonna debate the semantics on that, then she can also take legendary actions
oh,
because they're not specifically just action; they're a specific kind of action.
Real quick, Gideon, what is
Hello.
your spell save DC?
My phone still say DC?
Yes, what is your spell
1
save?
million.
$1,000 million billion quadrillion.
Hi, Mickey. Yes, I know you want to be heard.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus, that was loud.
You alive?
Yeah, what's happening?
Gideon.
Yes?
What's your spell save DC?
I told you, 17.
You said 1 million.
Yeah, I said 17 after I said 1 million.
You
did not.
It cut out.
Then you must have cut out because you definitely
Yeah.
only said 1 million and we never heard anything else.
Okay, yeah, 17.
Okay. You feel a force grab at the hold that you have on Mara, and you feel it snap it like a twig.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
And Mara, you are freed. And may take your actions and movement as normal.
Okay. So, quick question. How does having multiple types of movement work in terms of, like, getting up from being prone requires... So, like...
It's half your movement speed.
Oh, I thought it was whole.
So it would, if it would, no, it's half. It takes half your movement speed that turn. So if you were to use your walk speed, you'd have half of that left. If you were to try and use your fly speed, you'd have half of that left.
Okay.
It's not exactly movement speeds combined. Like, if you have a walk speed of like 30 and a fly speed of 50, you can walk that starting distance, but you only have like 20 of flight left. I think that's how it works, or that's just how I'm assuming it works.
Yeah, basically I'm asking how would I do it if I were to stand up from being prone and then fly again.
What's your fly speed?
I have a fly speed of 80 and a walk speed of 40.
So if you wanted to get up from prone and then start flying, you would have 40 feet of fly speed this turn.
Okay, so I can't like use my walk speed.
It is just your movement speed. It takes half your movement that turn.
Okay. Well, that's still plenty though. So yeah, I stand up and gets up to her feet and she suddenly flies back up to Val and she is going to try and take a bite out of Polaris.
Okay. Mickey, can you chill real quick? Thank
That's
you,
a nat
cat.
20.
You're asking a cat to chill?
I know, right? Mind you, she did. So that is indeed a natural 20.
Yep.
Okay. You hit, and you may roll double your standard damage dice.
Or if you kill Polaris, I may never forgive you.
That's my boy. Look at what you did to my boy.
Okay, that is
If you kill his mount, you have to become the mount.
that is God damn it. That is
Like she isn't already.
No, usually she mounts him.
that is
Damn it, I want the power to ground him.
that is so that's 25 piercing damage and 9 acid damage.
Nice. That would take Polaris to bloodied?
How much was the damage piercing?
25 piercing.
25, and then how much was
9
the poison?
acid damage, I believe.
9 acid.
I'm sorry, can you give me the piercing one more time? I'm
25.
brain dead. 25. Oh, God, no.
1,000. Wait, what?
Oh my God, this thing is not wanting to cooperate. Yeah, that definitely puts him at bloodied.
So you all witness Mara take this bite, and you see Mara rip a chunk from Polaris. You watch as blood and flesh spatter the ground, and Mara's teeth are now soaked red in Polaris's blood. There is a giddy flash in her eyes.
And now Oh yeah, I never did my full. All right, I'm going to use 2 sorcery points. Use Quicken spell. I'm going to cast Scorching Ray. All 3 rays pointed directly.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an attack for each.
If this kills, I'm sorry, Fox.
You better be.
All right, that is plus 10. Oh. So that is a 21, 27, and a 28 to hit.
Those all hit.
All right.
No, they all miss.
Actually, before you roll those damage dice, Lana, I have a question for you.
Okay.
For taking Polaris in and out of his chess piece state, is that an action or a reaction?
What I will allow is you may spend your following turns full action in order to, as a reaction now, put Polaris away. Effectively, you sacrifice your main resource in order that you may preserve Polaris.
I'm fine with that, because that's what I was going to do anyways.
Okay. You fire those 3 scorching rays, and they materialize in a 3-pointed triangle around your head, and then they whiz through empty space as you see Polaris shimmer with light and then shift immediately back into a chess piece, sitting firmly in the grasp of Val, leaving Val in freefall.
Okay, so it took me 30 feet because you, Val, you were 30 feet in the air, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so then it would have taken me fight 10 feet. So it only would have taken me 20 feet to reach you. So I'm going to, seeing that, I'm going to spend however much movement it requires me to move under Val to catch him.
Okay, you do so.
And
All right, which should bring us back to the top of turn order with Dr. Gavin.
Interesting. How far up are they?
Like at
30
most
feet.
30. Yeah.
30 feet. 30
rip Polaris.
Oh boy, it got bonked.
He does not have a ton of health.
But
I
still,
can't
that is a
believe you.
very accurate description because I think had he not taken your reaction, that would have been a rip Polaris.
How big is Mara right now in terms of size?
He is huge.
Huge.
Yep, which is, I believe,
Yes.
15 by 15 feet.
Yeah, it's a 3x3. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh. Just a moment. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is, again, yell, Mara, fight against it. You already have him. If you continue this further, it will not end well for any of us. You'll lose him by your own hand. Fight it. Fight the beast within.
There is some part of you that hears this, Mara. His words register in your mind. Though it feels almost as if you're not necessarily sitting in the pilot's seat anymore. Though you may try to wrestle back that control.
I'm gonna say that at this point she's not yet quite cognizant about what's going on. She heard it, but she doesn't really understand.
Okay.
And you hear would being a dragon change her voice? Or is it still her voice coming?
It would still be her
Dragons-
voice. Just to anyone hearing it, it would have an almost... You could describe it as an acidic quality.
Okay. So yeah, you hear Mara's voice boom out. Say, "But take him with your lies."
Fine. I'll take him by the power of nature. And I take out the, standing directly underneath them, I, take out another feather token, and I place it on the ground. And, suddenly, tree. I plant a tree, and it immediately grows 60 feet.
Ah,
I'm gonna ride it right up into you.
Ah, yes, let's kill her outright. Pierce her through.
No, it's
So we're-
bludgeoning damage.
So we're Minecraft clutching this. Got it.
Yes. Lana, shall I roll for tree damage?
Yes.
Was that do
Sudden,
damage?
sudden tree. Do you want me to rule that? You want to rule this as full damage, or do you want to make up a?
I'll roll it as...
The sandy beach suddenly just has a non-magical oak tree that springs into existence 60 feet tall and 5 feet in diameter.
Will be a little
Branches
weird.
spreading out in a 20-foot radius.
We'll say roll a d20 for damage.
A d20. Okay.
Just the one, no modifiers.
19.
Alright. And I assume that's piercing damage?
Bludgeoning?
Bludgeoning.
Because it's coming up and hitting you like trunk first, whatever. The branches are, still growing out. Maybe she gets caught in the branches. Not that that would do much, because, she's a dragon.
Lana.
Okay. I will rule it as being piercing damage because it's something rapidly growing out of the ground, right?
All right. Koga, do you still have your aura of guardian or whatever up?
I mean, yeah. But you're like
Oh.
how many feet in the air?
30 feet.
Would that even matter if since I knocked you guys? The aura only goes so far. I don't think it's 30 feet. My sec. I think it's like 10 feet or something. My sec.
Yeah, auras are all 10 feet for Paladin until you hit, like, what,
Oh.
17th, 18th level?
Yeah, aura protection is only 10 feet.
All right, then.
And, riding the tree up and in the branches, whatever, I'm going to climb over, and I still have all of my special duplicates up and everything. It's hilarious. I'm going to start moving forward to reach for Val and try and get him out of the dragon's grip.
Okay.
Mara didn't like grab onto him or anything. She just flew under him, so he's landed on his back, on her back.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, you could just go grab him.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Where to?
That was directed at Val, correct?
Yes.
I am so sorry. Chuck was distracting me. What happened?
Oh goodness
Tree,
gracious.
He's being
sudden
an
tree
absolute
into dragon.
medicine.
I'm climbing up the dragon. I'm with you, grabbing you. All right, where to?
This
There's
isn't
4 of me.
over. Oh god. This just looking around and it's just like, nope, not the time. This isn't over yet. I'm not going anywhere.
We need to calm her down.
No dip, Sherlock.
You dying ain't gonna calm her down. Neither is any of us.
Didn't say we were dying.
I guess we're riding then. And I grip onto spines.
Okie dokie. Well,
And
I guess
that'll be
you
my...
guys are going for a ride then.
Yeah, that's my turn for now.
All right. All right. What? Tail. Tail attack has a reach of 50. That since they're on me would still work.
Yeah.
All right. Legendary action. Tail attack on Gavin.
Interesting.
Oh, that's a nat
Well, that
one.
hits
Never
one
mind.
of the duplicates. Well, it doesn't hit one of the duplicates.
Doesn't hit
It would have,
anything.
though.
You swing and there's an instinct that sort of yells in both of your heads to duck, and you feel
Oh, jeez, not again. It's Val's turn now, I believe.
I believe it is as well.
Yes, indeed, quite. What shall you do, Val?
Oh god.
Yes.
voice.
What will you do now that you're finally riding your wife?
There seems to be a.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, it's your birthday. You asked for this.
I did. I did. You fucking brats.
Apparently, you
Uh,
got. Apparently, you asked for a reverse in the power dynamic.
You
Oh.
love us though, that's why you come back.
Yeah, and then invite you into my campaign, and then keep coming back for more. All right. Anyways, Lana, this is the turn that I sacrificed my action to recall Polaris, right?
Indeed. You still, of
Okay.
course, have your bonus action and movement.
Right.
Yep, and you
Uh,
can still do the free action, which is talking.
Yeah. Double check.
Val getting that Dragosi. Who said that?
Oh.
Who the fuck said that?
Where are we in relation to Mara's body? Because she's large class now, so we're
Huge.
like by her hind
Huge.
leg or something.
She's
Oh,
huge
huge.
class. I thought we were on her back.
You are indeed.
Well, oh,
I
I
am.
thought with
I
her
am.
making a tail attack. So
You guys just both ducked down and like hugged close.
okay.
I don't know what
with-
you're about to do, but I'm at the very least at the moment. I'm clutching on Shadow of the Colossus style.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to do God. Val, you are so useless in this situation.
There's
You
something
don't
Val
have the
can
things I
do.
want you to do.
I mean, there's something
Persuasion.
Val can do, and that's fucking talk tomorrow.
Yeah,
Almost
which
like you're her husband or something and have possibly the most influence on her.
I know, right? Yeah, trying to get into a position where that'll work. You know, not being underneath her, pounded into sand, free falling from 30 feet in the air.
I mean, I'd say you are in that position. You're just sitting on her back.
I just want to say also, I've always wanted to use the tree token. I never thought I'd use it doing this.
I mean, no one ever thinks they're gonna use the thing where they think they're gonna use the thing at. So,
Actually, speaking of the tree, real quick, because it goes up to 60 feet, I was only 30 feet up. Did that like push me up, or did it like?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
it would push us all up. Yep.
All right.
And where it's got 20-foot radius of branches, so you are in those branches.
big fucking tree.
Yeah, big tree. Actually, Lana, would you consider Mara being somewhat, I don't know, tangled in the branches due to the nature of the scenario? Not that it would be difficult for her to get out.
I was about to say she just flexes a little, and all those branches are broken.
I wouldn't say so, just due to the fact that she is currently being fueled by very strong emotion.
And dragon muscles.
Mm-hmm.
Like Fox said, all she needs to do is flex.
With that said, Val is going to try, and I'm unfortunately not incredibly witty right now, so I am going to roll a persuasion check to try and calm Mara down, which, by the way, is not going to go well.
You have advantage on a roll.
From what?
Oh, right, no, I gave it to Barrick. Never mind. Sorry,
Yep.
I'm dumb.
Yeah. You probably were thinking of giving it to Val, and then we're like, nah, that's a bad idea.
Has Barrick used it yet?
No.
Oh,
That's a lousy 4, so no.
Mara, you hear Val trying to reach out to you. It's difficult to hear what he's saying, but it is his voice.
Alright. Mara is still not going to be fully understanding what happened, but hearing Val's voice, she's going to attempt to reach out to him.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw.
Right. That is a 21.
Okay. You feel your own voice reach through. You feel your words reach through.
Hello there.
What do you say?
I just say, Val?
Okay. So Val, you hear the voice of your wife, of the soft, kind, and aloof Mara.
Val calls out Mara's name again. Or back. I don't know why I said get it. Back to her.
Okay. You know that Val is there, and you know that he's trying to reach out to you.
Am I still able to out, or was that
You can go ahead again.
okay? Yeah. Hang on. Where are you?
Is it any time that Mara is talking that we're hearing her in response? Or is this happening mostly in, like, her dragon head thing?
You can hear Mara actually speaking.
Okay. Mara, I'm here. You need to calm down. Oh God. Sorry. I had a really bad '90s joke moment run through my head.
What was it?
You're not you when you're hungry, Mara.
90s joke. That's a forever joke.
Oh yeah.
All of it because you didn't have breakfast.
Barrack
Really, you are the
approved.
worst, Val.
Damn it, Val, you made us all skip breakfast.
I didn't make you do shit.
What do you think was gonna happen? I'll just not care? Oh, that was on. That's cool.
I'm to, drink my cereal milk and not eat any of the cereal in it.
Yep.
Going on? Don't.
Mara, this is like when I first stopped you the first time. You've gone further. You need to relax.
can't. You are fine. And he slips back into personality.
All right. Will that be your turn, Val?
Don't have an action. I still have my bonus action. Let me double check something. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do something. I'm going to Misty Step to her head.
Nom nom nom.
Pulling out my self-coiling rope.
Okay.
Fuck, it's been forever since I used that thing though. Hold on. Okay. You shush.
Chat going ham.
Yeah, I don't know what her
Ow.
problem is. Yeah, she's being very aggressive tonight.
I want to play the game and roll the dice.
I don't know how, because I don't have an action right now, so, but all it says is that I have to speak the word for it to use this.
Also, object interactions are explicitly a free action unless you do 2 of them. And talking is outright just free. You can do that as much as you want.
Yeah.
Spider-Man dialogue wall. Go.
Right.
Let's launch into a monologue.
So what I want to do is I want to Misty Step up to Mara's head, and then I want to use the self-coiling rope around her, basically around her muzzle. And because I have 100 feet of it, just basically literally rain her.
Yeah.
There's a dirty
Go
joke
ahead
to
and
be
do it.
made here.
You're not.
Isn't it supposed to be the other way around?
I didn't realize you were in the BDSM.
Oh my god, you guys.
It's not you guys, it's just me at this point.
Everyone here is laughing at it, even I am, and I'm the one who's criticizing it. Anyways.
One of us.
And of course, Val getting kinky.
Oh, I know, right? This poor fucker. I resent that. So yeah, that I would say that would probably take up the rest of Val's turn to be able to go further.
Okay. So you're going to wrap it around her muzzle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you speak the command word, and with a whip of rope uncoiling and then re-wrapping itself around, it snaps shut around your muzzle, Mara.
All right.
And this will prevent use of your bite attack or your breath weapon unless you make a strength check against the rope.
All right.
I don't know if this applies here, but this is a funny thing amongst crocodilians in particular, where their bite force is hilarious.
Oh,
but
I know
they
exactly
can't
what you're
open
talking
their
about.
mouths worth a damn.
Yeah.
It's
This
so
is a
stupid.
dragon.
Like an average person can just hold it shut without much effort.
A literal child can.
Oh yeah, no. There's a there's a reflex action where if you hit someone in the wrong spot, their jaw will clench. So prisoners who were doing, horrible things to other prisoners found that out
All right,
the hard
real
way in the
quick.
worst situations.
We're already at midnight. Let's not get on tangents.
Uh,
Let's keep rolling.
Hey, is it my turn?
I would believe so.
Yes.
Question, Mara. Not
gonna
for
be-
Mara. Mr.
I'm
GM.
gonna be
sir.
right back, by the way. I need to check on something.
Okay.
Lana. In D&D, based D&D, it is explicitly a thing where magical items will always change to accommodate who's wearing them. Meaning, even a dragon can wear magical items in magical clothes because they will always adjust to be the size for said dragon. Does it operate the
Uh-huh.
same here?
Yes. What are you getting at, though?
Boy, Gideon will take out the necklace of Toad and fly up to Mara and try to put it on her.
The which necklace was that?
The
One that turns
necklace
you into
of
a toad.
Ah, okay. I'll have you make that as a flat attack roll.
Okay, I'm back. What's happening?
Since Mara's mouth is shut, does this
She
help
still
any?
has her neck to move. So no, that would not assist you in this case.
You got to get it around
she
my
can't bite my
horns
own
too. So
I mean, it will grow to accommodate you.
You have to tame her
Hmm.
horniness.
also, if
Alright.
does that mean? So if magic items grow to go to accommodate, does that mean I am still wearing the magic maid outfit?
Oh my god.
Not necessarily. When you shape change and whatnot, typically items, magical equipment, and whatnot will meld into your form.
I guess this is depending on how. This isn't polymorph. I'm assuming this is her literally turning into a dragon instead of it being like a polymorph shapeshift type thing.
Well, dragon
Yeah,
shape change thing does exactly that.
Well,
Same as
So,
polymorph,
how I
same
will
as
rule it. How I will rule it is no. She does not presently have any of her magic items on her. Wherever it is they had gone, they do still exist, yet aren't present on her person.
Okay.
So a flat attack roll. That's D20, right?
Indeed.
Cool. 19.
Oh, that's a match. Good job.
Okay. You are able to slide it on to Mara. You kind of jump up, spread your wings to fly up, and you basketball slam dunk this thing on her head.
So wait. What is getting slam dunked? Again, I had to walk away for a minute.
The necklace of Toad.
Of Toad.
Yes, Didion and Mara, respectively, have. I don't know if Mara like ever gave it back or where it happened, but Didion has a necklace that, if you put it on, immediately turns you into a toad for as long as you're wearing it. There is no consent about it. You can force it on someone and it will work.
So,
So he made an attack roll to put it onto her.
well, now Mara's a toad. That means that they're all going into free fall again.
Yep. From
Onto a tree, right? Like
Yeah.
it's 20
Oh,
foot
yeah.
radius of tree branches. We're fine. It
This is
trees.
still gonna hurt.
Yeah, you're gonna be crashing through tree branches, and it is not going to be at a gentle pace.
We've had
Uh,
worse.
I will take whatever you want to do for this. But I wish to catch the toad. That is now Mara.
Okay. I will let you roll me dexterity.
Dexterity.
Yeah.
Just flat dexterity or dexterity saving.
Mm, we'll make it just a flat dexterity.
Okay. Just want to clarify.
Yep.
I swear to the gods, dice. Why? Ah!
Use a different die.
I've been using different die. I don't make. I literally have 1, 2, 3, 4 different dice sets on my dice tray that I roll at different times, and I still get the same fucking results. Anyways, god damn it, rant over. It's a bloody fucking 6.
With a plus. No, never mind. I'm an idiot. Can I order my animate shield to try to swoop her up midair?
Yes.
Yeah, I would yell out the command word for the animate shield and immediately have it try to swoop her up to catch Marcode.
Okay.
Does
Val,
in
as
this
you
toad form, does the person keep their mental scores, or
They are
do they
fully
get
intelligent.
full- Okay.
I'm simply hoping that the code polymorph or whatever overwrites.
So, yeah, Val, you're reaching out to try and grab Toad Mara, and you miss, and you hear a flinging noise, sort of like the sound of Captain America's shield flying through the air, and whoop, the animate shield scoops up Mara Toad.
All right, and I'm still not done, believe it or not. That was an attack. Like, you would consider him using that necklace thing as an attack, right?
Indeed. So that would
Uh,
have been your main action.
yeah, but I have extra attack. Remember? Let me check something with you real quick, because I'm asking you something at the end real quick, just to. Blah, blah. Set PM real quick, please.
Okay. Yeah. What are you trying to do there then?
I would like to claw attack Mara, and if it hits, you said it operates off vampire rules. So, vampire rules is this. Instead of dealing damage, if a claw attack lands, I can grapple instead. I would like to try to grapple Mara to prevent her from taking off the necklace.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, I was about to
Right.
say, because as a toad, I only have 1 HP.
I think this is the smartest thing I have ever done as Gideon thus far. You are
Don't
probably
get too ahead
regretting
of yourself. This could go bad real quick.
this. Does a 12 hit?
A
Yeah.
frog.
That beats my AC. My very small AC.
Itty bitty AC.
What is the AC of a frog?
Probably
11.
shit.
11.
Oh.
Oh, so I barely landed.
Okay, you have a handful of toad now. You're just kind of going.
Hold Mara gently like Burger. Alright, yeah, so Dylan was basically try to keep her held in such a way she can't just, struggle out of the necklace.
Okay.
That's basically the goal. And that will be everything he can do, I believe. He used his movement, he used his action, he used his attacks.
All right, Mara.
Yes.
As you are held there and you're struggling against Gideon's hold, mentally you feel yourself released. It's as if everything had been deafened around you, and like you were just sort of sat on the floor, only able to watch what had been transpiring. But now it's like someone has picked you up and chucked you back into the pilot's seat. You are fully in command of your own body again.
Except as a toad.
And I can still speak as the toad, yeah.
Indeed.
So yeah, I just look around with my little toad head, be like, what happened?
Hi Mara. Are you Mara? Are you okay? He sort of went berserk on us,
Yeah, who else
He
would I
kind of
be?
roided out into a dragon.
What?
Yeah, he turned into a dragon. He started calling about your treasure. You had us really worried.
I...
You want to talk to Val now? He's right there. I think he would love to speak to you.
Yeah.
Val? He doesn't look at what is presumably both Val and Gavin tangled up in tree branches.
Yeah, you guys would also have taken like 3d12 of bludgeoning from having fallen and crashed through the tree branches.
Roll it out, GM.
Okie dokie. Alright, dice noises inbound. That's 1d12. Dice. Where's another one? Where's another one? I gotta sort. There's another one. There's another one. And there's another one. Good dice noises. Okay. That is. Let's see. 12. See, I think that's 20 for Val. And that is 10 for Gavin.
What? Excuse me? Why do I take so much less? Ah.
That's how the dice rolled. Val found all of these small branches that just snapped and kept letting Val fall further. Gavin found a couple and then went whoomp onto a big limb.
I'm glad I took tree navigating class. That's a joke. There's no tree navigating class. Oh.
I like the idea that Val fell straight through, hitting every fucking branch on the way down.
Just dong, 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 dong.
You actually made it to the ground. Gavin's like, caught by his ankle tree branch and just hanging upside down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this all looks very painful to Barrick, who's still just been stood there at ground level.
Right?
Whose turn it would happen to be as of now. And we'll let Barrick have a turn before we end turn order.
He's just gonna hold on.
I had a gold coin for every time I'd ended up hanging upside down from a tree branch. I'd have 2 gold coins, which isn't a lot,
that's
but it's
essentially-
strange that it happened twice.
That's essentially Barrick once he realizes the situation has diffused for the moment. And probably just start walking over and be like, I know I'm going to be needed for medical stuff, so.
And here we
go. Just preparing myself for the healing that's about to be done for everyone else. And I'm just going to end it there because he's just going to wait a moment for cure wounds and medicine checks just to.
Okie doke.
Yeah, he's going to look at, everyone on the ground besides Gavin, look up at Gavin and be like, you need help?
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. And I kind of fucking gymnastic my way around and unhook my foot and just fucking loop around back to the ground.
And then he's just like, Val, talk with Mara, and he's just gonna start like doing medicine check, like essentially first aid stuff on everyone. So what would I need to roll for that, Lana?
Alright, one more time.
But like once everyone's like on the ground, Barrick's gonna start doing like first aid stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want me to do one roll or
Everyone
do a
heals
roll for
one
everyone?
hit point.
Mara didn't explode because of overhealing.
Well, no, because Barrick is gonna do like some medical, like they're gonna do some medicine checks and then also cure wounds. So for the medicine check, that's going to be a 21 total, and then he's going to he probably sees that Val is probably like one of the more injured ones, so he's gonna do a 4th level cure wound. Because he has the spell slots for it.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
I like to imagine this entire time Gideon is still holding Mara in his hands. Just both hands.
So Val gets back 24 HP.
Cool, I healed from the tree fall.
Hey,
And a
hey,
little
it
bit
was
extra.
worth it. We got Mara back.
For now.
Real quick, what is that noise on your end, Val?
This?
Freeze.
Yes.
Oh, that's me
That-
throwing my pen up and down. I'm so sorry.
Ah.
I didn't think
That's
that
the
could be
sound
picked
of him
up.
falling through a dozen. That's the sound of him falling through a dozen tree branches.
Yeah. It's like Barrack at the very least patched Val up from just sees Val take all those hits and it's just like
Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah.
yeah.
Ooh,
But yes.
ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, wada, wada, bing, bang.
Bing bang.
But yes, Barrack will be like, Val, talk to Mara, Mara, talk to Val.
Real quick, does anyone remove the toad necklace from Mara?
No.
We're getting the prince and the frog here.
However, it is 12:30, and I already have the title for next time's episode, and I think we should leave it off here, with the next episode being called "The Apology."
All right.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that would actually be good.
All right then. Well.
When we all get back onto the ship, I have a song to sing. And I'm gonna fucking
Let's
sing
skip!
it. And you're
Let's
all
skip!
gonna fucking sing it with me. And guess what?
told
Guess
them to
what,
leave.
bitches? It's copyright free because it's public domain.
Yes. Next episode, the entire party gets absolutely wasted. Just drunk.
I mean, if we're gonna do that, I might have more than one song to sing.
Oh, oh, Mick, you're sharp.
All right.
Old
Well then.
Mick's shoulder had a stretch. E-I-E-I-ow.
In that case, I do hope you enjoyed this video or this stream. Not this video. This is a stream.
It'll be a video in a minute here.
Yeah. Remember we play Rashiva every other week, assuming nothing goes wrong, which it does a lot because it's D&D that happens. But yeah, so I shall hope to see you all in 2 weeks or whenever, depending on. Goodbye.